later, the other Scrum Master was let go as well. So I was brought in to fill that role, and my project delivery was aligned to that. So the big question for me will be, why did you let them go? And I got feedback from all of the teammates. Apparently, there was a product owner who had a mastery of the Jira tool. And he basically took over everything the Scrum Master was supposed to do. And they didn't find any value added for the Scrum Master, so they had to let him go. So with that knowledge, I found out that there's no point you knowing the theory and not understanding the tool to deliver it, because that's an added value. So I was on the call on the chat window and somebody was asking this question. The experience I had actually prompted me to offer this free training. So you don't get lost and you can actually add value to whatever you find yourself. So that's the genesis of it. So let me jump into the training proper. Now, Agile is beginning to take over everywhere, if not already. And for every shop that you've gone into, everybody's saying something about Agile. So Agile has come through an evolution. I will quickly start something here so that you understand what I'm saying. Hold on a bit. So what happened to my friend was that he jumped onto Agile too quickly, and he wasn't able to catch up with anything that he was supposed to learn. So a brief background about what happened, how we all came to Agile. Before now, I'm not sure we've got a lot of people who have been into IT since the days of the waterfall. Now, every business solution is going to be delivered using information technology. As long as you want people to consume it, as long as you want people to be aware of it, the consumption will go through information technology. So a couple of years back, the means of making sense of your business idea actually is in what we call a business requirement document. I'm sure a lot of people have walked through that stage. A business requirement document is a big pack. Sometimes it goes up to 400 pages. And we walk through that requirement, we capture it once, we walk through it sequentially, and sometimes it takes 5 years. Sometimes it takes longer. And oftentimes, by the time we get to the end of the product delivery, the product don't make sense. Why? Because times are changing. Customers' needs are changing. But in the waterfall model, the customer was not the center of delivery. All we wanted to do was big bang delivery of a project. And whatever they gave to us to use was what we'll get used to. So it doesn't matter if there was a change in customers' need. It doesn't matter if there's a change in the market condition, as long as the requirement has been gathered and the 200, 300 pages of the document is what we're supposed to be working with. So we worked along the lines of functional units. So the BA will take the business requirement document and they will give it to the next person, which is, an analyst, system analyst, or a business analyst, and they create different use cases, business use case, systems use case. And we take all that document and we come up with a system to work with. So the testing is done along the lines of that document. And what that meant was a lot of projects were failing at that time. The big one that I can remember was in 2006. Accenture were meant to deliver an IT solution to the NHS in England. Now, if anyone is aware of NHS is a big moving part. There's no way one person or one solution can provide IT delivery system for the whole of the NHS. But hey, everyone wanted a solution. They didn't take into consideration the people who were going to use it. Business, I'm sure they did that business on the golf course somewhere. And hey, yes, we can build it. So what happened? A lot of people came up and they signed the contract. Signing the contract without actually understanding what needs to be done, then they went to work on it. A couple of months down the line, the realization came that, hey, we can't deliver this project. So that's over, I think about £1 billion was lost in that handshake. So that's one of the biggest, project delivery failure that I've experienced. I've not been around for too long anyway. So what then happened is, coincidentally, about 2011, a group of people came together. And let me try and share, open up a page for that. A group of people came together and came up with an Agile manifesto. If you have gone through this before, I'm sorry, it's boring, but we can't jump into without understanding that. So they came together because there was a lot of software development delivery failure, and they formed what we call as Agile Manifesto. Now, it has been tested over time, and at the end of the day, it's found out that there's an improvement of 40% in delivery of projects and products as against what we had in waterfall. Now, the reason being that they don't jump into the delivery. They make market inquiries. They ask the customers, what would you want to deliver? They try to understand the need of the customer, not the need of the business owner. There are two different sides. We might want to create, okay, there's a market niche somewhere, and we want to create a banking application software. I don't remember what product Wema Bank did. Some of us were from Nigeria, maybe a lot or something. It met the need of a lot of people. It wasn't just another, platform. It required the platform meeting the immediate needs of people. And that's why it was quite successful. So with that, people tend to follow Agile lately. And even though Agile was originally meant to deliver software development, it has been adopted by a lot of project delivery, business project delivery. In HR, everybody's going Agile. A friend of mine who just moved to Canada, I taught him Scrum. I do bespoke Scrum training anyway. And he came back to me and he was so angered that they're not doing enough Agile in his organization. And my answer to him is, Agile is a mindset, is a culture change initiative. You need to do some racy, sessions. And you need to find out people who will be responsible for it. If you don't have your top management guys involved, Agile will not work wherever you find yourself. So if you're working already in an Agile environment or you find yourself there, don't try to be the Scrum-Master. Just understand Agile for yourself. And if there's a need for you to provide guidance, just do that in the best of, as best as you can, because Agile is a journey. It cannot be achieved in 2 years. It cannot be achieved in 3 years. A lot of shops are still doing Wagile. That is waterfall and Agile, because it takes a lot of effort to change the way a 50-year-old person works. They will tell you to your face, we do it like this. We're not going to change. And that's it. Except there's a bigger person at the top who ensures that the Agile delivery, or who wants the Agile, adaptation to be a success. And that's when you get a quick turnaround. But even at that, it takes a minimum of 4 years. So let's jump into what Agile is. And I'm going to tell you, for me personally, Agile is 4 values and 12 principles. I beg to differ, but that is my, take on Agile. If you don't bring yourself into that mindset of agility that is required, you might never be able to imbibe those values into your teammates, into your organization. So Agile project management is an iterative approach to managing software development projects. Now, the focus here is, whilst you're managing the software development project, you can phase the release or the version controlling of what your customer wants. Now, I'm going to say this. When we had WhatsApp, everybody's on WhatsApp here. It was basically to chat. It didn't have audio capabilities. It didn't have video capabilities. So over time, those releases and updates caught up with us. And they were able to, change over time to what the customer really needs. I remember the days of Yahoo Messenger. All he had to do was, you're messaging me and I'm, a messaging pipeline, and I can respond to you. Now, where is Yahoo Messenger? I don't know if it still exists. So if you're not in the market to compete, if you're not in the market to focus on incorporating customers' feedback, you're going to be standstill, like Nokia, like Kodak, So even though it's a buzz, you have to be able to relate it to what is going on around you. I never knew Kodak would become extinct. I never knew Nokia will lose its place. Why? Because you have to always be there to get the customer. Agile is a customer-centric delivery. If you don't take up what the customer needs, you're working for yourself. And down the line, you've lost everything. So, and to do that, what the guys came up with was, we can actually make this delivery a lot better if we follow these 4 values. And what are these 4 values? In the waterfall era, what we had were a lot of people. Now, the lot of people that we had they were working across their fences. The business, what we call now as the BAs, they don't talk to the system analyst. They don't talk to the business analyst. They just create a document and hand over the document to the analyst. The analyst goes through the documentation, hand that over to the system analyst. So there were no interaction within them. The only source of interaction is the big document that they have to walk through. And with that, there's no room for collaboration. There was no room for, following, getting feedback, interpreting. If I told you now that, okay, I'm going to make a drive down to Wales, okay? And that message is passed across from, let's say I told IBK, I'm going to go to Wales. And that message is passed across from IBK to Tunde, from Tunde to Josh, and from Josh to, John. Now, by the time that message gets to John, that message is it's been altered. Why? Because we never sat down to understand what I really wanted to do. It was a message that was passed down from one end to the other. So by the time the message gets to John about, the fourth or fifth change of hands, the message is altered. And John could understand what I meant. Oh, you're going to take a bus down to Wales. I might even miss it. I heard you're going to St. Andrews. St. Andrews is in Scotland. My original destination was Wales. So there was no interaction. So we're always going to miss the point. We're always going to miss the intent. So to that, you will not get what you ordered for. I read online where people go to a fashion retailer and gives him, oh, I want my dress to be done this way. And at the end of the day, they get something different. So what you ordered will not always be what gets delivered, because you didn't give room for, collaboration. You didn't give room for feedback. You didn't give room to check, So that was the problem that Waterfall had, and that's what Agile was trying to imbibe. You don't just leave a requirement on the table. Cross-check it, go back to it, look at it, get extra pairs of eyes, discuss what possibilities are. And that's why these days people will talk.
Get to Woolwich and get a 244.
Please, can you pause your or mute yourself, please? So the 4 values is working software. We want a software that will give us what we need. We want to collaborate with the customer at every stage of delivery. If I wanted you to build my house, I won't just give you the money and let you go. No, I want to see at every stage of development. And if at the stage of let's say we're building a house. So at the roofing stage, there was the new roofing product came out, a few weeks into when I started to build my house, and I liked it. So you coming back to me gives me the opportunity to say, no, I don't want that. I want this one. Because why? It's better. It's a new product. So the feedback that I provide to you and you get from it will give me a better product. And that is what is responding to change. So with these 4 values, if any shop or any organization can get these 4 values imbibed into the culture of the organization, that is when they are deemed to be fully agile. Of course, we have some techie people who don't like to talk. Trust me, communication is not the, it's not a value that if you know any techie, when I mean techie, I mean really, really like techies. I went to school with some of them. They came from Norway. They lived, I think they live in a place where there's a minimal, sunshine in the whole of the year. So they're just used to, locking themselves, maybe they're underground or basement. And all they do is they chew some tobacco product. They put it in their mouth and they suck the nicotine out of it. Once they have that, those guys are just plugging away. If you say hello to them, they'll just nod their head or they won't answer them. That's most techies these days. So how do you bring out the abilities in them? That's the problem. I won't use the word problem. That's a challenge of the project or Scrum-Master these days, to get them to talk. And that I'll leave that to Scrum-Master. So the principles behind Agile is customer-centric is what Agile is based on. So we're looking to satisfy our customer. We expect change. We are not just going to, okay, this is a business requirement document. I want this delivered. No. In between that, a lot of things will have changed. And we want to everyone has a mobile phone. Everyone has a smartphone. Oftentimes, you just there's a pop-up window. There's a version release, software release, and what they do, they introduce new features, new functionalities into your phone. Over time, your iPhone 7 or 6 becomes obsolete because why? The new functionality will not work best with your, iPhone 6 or 7. What do you then do? You're not forced, you're coerced into upgrading that if you want the new functionality. So in a way, they're helping the customer, but they're ultimately getting more money from the customer that way. So working together on a trust and support. The big one is face-to-face conversation. And I think the question someone will ask me, we've been working remotely. Then how are we able to do face-to-face conversation? And that's where Teams came up, Zoom, a lot of collaborative software. Why? They are helping us, recreate what we could have missed out on if we were, in the office. Sustainable development. I would advise that you go to agilemanifesto.org, read through that. It's just a read, but the mindset is for any shop to be deemed agile or practicing agility, these 4 values are the core of what you need to have. I've done business. I know I did. I had an MBA a long time ago. I never really used it, really, but I learned marketing. I learned, the vision, strategy, and all that. So if you are creating your strategy, your vision, I'm not a business person. My head is zeros and ones now. Those are the values that you want to incorporate in your organization. And with everybody on board with that kind of mindset, then your shop is deemed to be doing agile. So the big question, and this is where I jumped in on the chat, and somebody asked me, or asked on the chat about agile. Is agile the same thing as Scrum? Is Scrum? Agile is the methodology, all right? You can fine tune it as best as possible. You can change it the way you want. Agile is not a framework. It is just a guideline to which a lot of organizations have actually, they called, you can't do one and leave one. As long as what you're trying to do is imbibing these values, a lot of frameworks are there to make sure that we collaborate together, we respond to change, we have a working software, and we're able to create interaction between, the employees or our team. So within the Agile methodology, we have different frameworks. Now, a lot of other people, subset of people who created Agile, the manifesto itself, they came together. And the 2 notable ones, I think it was Jeff and Ken. They came together and they formed Scrum. Scrum is the most popular of the Agile frameworks at play now. Something Scrum is doing well is such that there are defined events, there are defined plans that make sure and ensures that people are always talking together. There are ceremonies that make sure that people are in their faces. So Scrum is doing something good. Kanban has a history with Toyota. the good thing about Kanban is it creates visibility. You know, I'm not sure if all of us have worked through a whiteboard and those sticky notes. You create your workflow and you put your to-dos, you know, along the lines of the workflow. So in theory, even if you're not, you know, doing Kanban in this sense of it, as long as you have created visibility, hello, as long as you have created visibility for all the team members, and you are able to track what is being done, and you're able to talk about, you know, what needs to be done, what is missing, any blockers, you are practicing Kanban without knowing it. So I know that there's a lot of workshops. There's a lot of workshops around. Hello, Ubong. I can hear you. Can you mute, please? Thank you. Is it possible to mute everyone, please?
Yeah, I don't think you can
could you
hear
make
us.
me could you make me the co-host, please, and then I can mute anybody that doesn't deem.
Okay. I need help with that. How do I do that?
Sorry, if you right click on my name and then you just say make co-host.
Okay, let me write. Okay, I've done that. So Scrum, we've got a lot of people who are jumping into Scrum Masters now. It's a good way to get involved with IT project or business project. The market is there. Ultimately, your learning experience, the time you put in, the midnight candles that you burn, is to give you some form of compensation. So if you're looking for the best, you know, Agile framework practice to go into, and okay, so to get yourself compensated, there's a room for you to be a Scrum Master. You don't have to be technical to be a Scrum Master. You just have to understand, you know, what the framework is. You have to understand why. I like people to approach, you know, every area of learning. What is that? Why do we have it? And how do I deliver it? Once you have the what and the whys and the how, you are good to go. I mean, I've told you what is Agile. I've told you why we've arrived at Agile, because waterfall was becoming obsolete with delivery. A lot of projects were failing. I mean, I'm not sure if any government, well, except some governments, will be happy to just drop $1 billion in the drain. So in the public sector now in the UK, the boss is Agile. Whether it works for them or not, there's a mass, you know, drive towards being Agile, because they've learned for projects not to fail. So this is just for your information. Scrum is a framework that delivers agility. Scrum is not Agile in itself. It's an Agile framework that helps organization become more agile in project delivery, software development delivery. So I think this resolves the, you know, the question that led to this workshop being planned. Okay, so I'm going to go more into Agile. The essence of Agile and what makes Agile a lot better than waterfall is we work in short cycles. All right. The big example I like to use, because in some of my Scrum Master sessions, I try to, I tend to want to bring everybody into the same space. I'm not going to do a lot of software delivery talk because I know we're all not from that techie background. So I will use a kitchen. Yeah. So all of a sudden, you have a need to do up your kitchen or build your kitchen. You don't like your kitchen. Yeah. Everyone can relate to that. So you got someone to design the kitchen. Maybe you went to some of the shops and I want to design a kitchen. Can you give me, an idea of what my kitchen will look like? So the step one is they take your requirements, all right? And they plan a visit to you. They do their measurements and they try to fit the design as best to, the orientation of your kitchen. Maybe you have a perfectly square shaped kitchen. Maybe you have a rectangular shaped kitchen. So the size and the orientation of your kitchen would determine, what the design will be. So there's got to be some planning around that. So you get a visit at home and they tell you, okay, according to what you have, the space you have, this is they'll give you 2-3 prototypes. These are the options that you have. So, okay, I'm allowed to say this. Most of us can afford the high street shop. So we only go there to get the design. I'm not telling you to do that if you have money. And we hand over that design to check a tradesperson or someone that we know. So we give him that design. I want you to build me in this kitchen. Now, the guy tells you, I'll be done in a month. So you book your holiday, you go away for 1 month, expecting that when you come back, your kitchen will be ready according to what has been given to you, the design. So you came back and all of a sudden, maybe you dropped something that is round or rectangular. And you see that rectangular ball, running down. So there's a slight, your kitchen is not balanced. The floor has been done in such a way that there's a bit of a, bend. How do we resolve that kitchen? You have to break everything down. You have to get the level floor to start to build again. Now that comes at a cost. Your time is wasted. A couple of stress is introduced along the way. You're almost going to break the relationship with the builder. That's if you get the same builder to do it. So what Agile, if you want to build your kitchen, introducing agility, even though you have the design, you don't give Andy over to the developer to do. Okay, you plan out all of the delivery within that design. And I'm sure a lot of people here will appreciate that. The first thing that you're likely going to do when you want to build a kitchen is to get a perfect, balanced floor. So the guy goes in, does the floor, calls you to inspect it, right? And, oh, the floor is good. Are you happy with the floor? Yes. That's an iteration. That's version 1 delivered to you. Let me put it that way. The next bit is, okay, we need to put in the, the frame for the storage area, all right? And he puts in the frame from the storage area. In the design, you had some form of marble worktops that has been allocated to you. But 2 weeks down the line, you were window shopping and you saw another workboard. So it's easy for you to change your mind to something that you feel. So that's what Agile brings in, the ability to respond to change. So by the time they fit in all of that, and you see another board that worktop that you'd like, you can incorporate that into that. And it's going to put in the cooker, the appliances and all that. You've come in, you've checked it. It's now going to do the walls to paint it, you've checked it. It's going to do the bits and pieces, you've checked it. So at every stage, you are checking each delivery, and each delivery becomes a version release to you. So the difference between that and leaving him to work for 1 month is that you are able to regularly cross-check what you want done. You are sitting at the center of the delivery, all right? And you are signing, I mean, it's not like a sign off, okay, formal sign off, no. You're just agreeing to, this was what I asked for. This was what was delivered. So from your conception of, I want a kitchen, to the start of the development, and all of the back and forth that you do, iteration, and okay, your floor is done, your cabinet is done, your appliances are fitted, and until the builder leaves your house, you are going to be more satisfied, and you are going to be in control of the delivery. That's the word. Because why? You've taken time to inspect. You've taken time to adapt to, there's a change in, there's a new appliance that, I mean, you didn't think of it, but they just released the LG. LG's got this beautiful fridge that you probably think, okay, this is a shop window, and you see your drinks from the outside. I'm thinking, wow, what's this? I want that. So you're able to quickly incorporate that. The minute you say, I want that LG TV, and the plan you had before was a single, non-American fridge type, the builder can quickly make a space for that. So that's agility in its sense. And if you bring that into project or software development, delivery, you can respond to change. So at the center of that, in another 2 minutes, I'll want us to have 10 minutes break. At the center of that is this Agile. This is what we're going to use. This is what is going to form, we're going to take this to Jira. We're going to create a project for ourselves. We're going to create our user stories, and we're going to deliver that and provide insight. Oftentimes the delivery is not as important as the insight that we provide. Okay, yeah, you can use Jira. You can move things from your product backlog. I will explain that in a bit here. But you're not providing insight. MI is as important as development, and most people don't get that. Yeah, it's okay to throw in a lot of developers and start to code away. From the delivery and the sessions, what information are you providing back to the sponsors, people who are, so the feedback that your manager or your, organization requires from the project or software you're delivering is as important as the delivery itself. And that's why if you understand Jira, and if you are able, what I'm saying, able to use it optimally to provide insight back, to your project sponsor, you're in a good place. You can own that place. You can add value. So I'm going to say this. I'm going to come to this, and I want to break some, maybe break some understanding that you have. Agile is always going to be better than waterfall. You know why? the goal of Agile is to make you a better professional. Whether you adopt it now, whether you say something different. I'm going to come back to this slide. Let me show you. I call this the house of Agile. Now, in a place where agility is, implemented, the ultimate goal of any Agile shop is to grow the personnel there. And you might ask me, I'm not growing because I still know what I used to know. But if we come back to here, there are only 3 roles in Agile. I mean, in Scrum, sorry about that. Like I said, our focus will be Scrum and Kanban. The posters says that. And the reason I'm going for Scrum is a lot of shops are doing Scrum. So it's best to take on what can provide you opportunity. Like I said, compensation is all. If you're lucky, if you love what you do, but you're better if you get compensated for what you do that you love. All right. So compensation is the ultimate that most of us are really after. And so the house of Agile, I'm promoting Agile now, so that you understand, why it's a buzz. In a Scrum environment, they've stripped, I remember working in some old shop, and my manager who happened to be a friend of IBK. We had a discussion one time, and we said, oh, we're doing, let's appreciate our days of little beginning. The way we were working, there were gaps everywhere for, anyone could have just gone into the system, and you're left with knowing just one thing along the line. So, but in Scrum framework, what they've done is they've broken down all of the different functional roles, senior manager training, junior manager, we can have those hierarchies in those old organizations without understanding what anyone is doing. So if you spend 35 years as the senior manager, control and audit and surveillance, all of a sudden your company goes out of business. You don't have any other skill set to take to the market. Yeah, as redundant as the word means. So, but in an Agile environment, the only person that should have input, when I'm saying you should have input, gives the direction of the project or the product, is the product owner. I'm going to say this online. I've had an MD who went to, he left all of the IT managers, all of the operations and all that. He went to buy an IBM server for the bank. He didn't get any requirement of what we wanted. He didn't know if we had the skill set to manage the server. He didn't know how much of effort we needed to, put the server up and running. But he bought it anyway. So to leave all of those, complexities, people who are not deemed, are not going to add value to a project or to a product delivery, we leave them out of it. And the single role responsible for that is the product owner. They develop the roadmap for the product. They, do the market survey. They understand. We call them the SME. So, but everyone that needs to get that project or product delivered, they come together as a team. Now, within this team, we have a tester, we have a developer, we have a UI person, we have UX person, everyone that is all the skill sets that is required to deliver that product, they are here. Now, what then do we do in Scrum? We make sure that at least one person has the skill set of another person. Skills matrix. All right. So if all of a sudden you're in a team where you have to learn additional skill sets to be part of a team, what Agile is giving to you is giving you growth. Gone are the days where, oh, I'm a tester and I'm going to be a tester till Jesus comes. No. Because the strategy behind Agile is what? Mobilizing brain power. And once you do that, people gain knowledge. I did an MBA. I didn't have a clue about what accounting was. I've never done debit or credit ever. And I really struggled with the basic accounting. But because I was there, I needed to learn. I needed to pick things, even though I'm not even using it now. But you're not going to come back to me and say, oh, this is what debit is not, this is what credit is not. No. All right. So the goal of Agile, if is introduced to your organization, I'll say to you, please be happy to adopt it. I know a lot of people push back, but the pushback is going to be temporary as long as the person responsible for it is keen on adopting it. You can never lose out at adopting Agile. You can never lose out. So you are going to grow as an individual, because all of a sudden you're a tester, but you're sitting next to a Java developer. What does that give you? It gives you an understanding of what the Java developer is doing with your use case. Even though you're going to come up with the testing, script and all of that for the functional requirement that has been stated, but you have an understanding of how the Java developer, creates those products. And you have an understanding of how the UI or UX person, because while you're working together as a team, you might not be doing what they're doing, but talking to them every day, getting insight from them, makes you a better tester. All right? And you're going to react to new knowledge. So I try to share this with my students. Agile, I know you get compensated fine, which is why we all go into it. But at the end of the day, if you are fully represented in the development and implementation, you are going to grow as a person. Right? And these are the core values anyway: continuous improvement, close collaboration, and you have an independent team as best as possible. Now, why I'm sharing this, I know some of us are in top management position or senior management position. So if you find ourselves in a place where Agile is being discussed, please speak for Agile, right? You're going to have a better team. You're going to deliver better value product, and you're going to have a lot of your team members who are, when you're in a place where you like what you do. So that's my take on Agile. I'm an Agile enthusiast, and I'm going to say that as it is. When we come back, I like us to have, I'm not sure, IBK, what's the plan here? Is it 10 minutes break, coffee? Okay, guys, welcome back, everyone. So because this is more, I know somebody said it's a Scrum session only. No, it's not. And let me quickly put this out there. Most of the Scrum-Master offering now you get Agile delivery manager, Scrum-Master, and all of that. People are being drafted more into the strategy sessions. So the more you know about product, delivery, the more value you'll add to the organization. So I just want to put that out there. So let's start from here, like I promised we'll do. So let's go. Can everyone see my whiteboard? Hello?
Yes, thanks.
Okay. So Scrum, which is the most popular of the framework, has 3 roles, right? The first role is a PO. Second role are the developers. I'm not the best at drawing. And this is a Scrum-Master, right? The PO, the team, and the Scrum-Master. Now, for every project that is going to follow Scrum, sometimes the product owner is already onboarded. And what the product owner does is get all of the requirements for that particular project and create a product backlog item. Now, the word product is a generic term for, a product or project delivery bucket. So product backlog, right? And with the product backlog, you have a list of what you need to do. All right? That's a listing of what you need to do. Remember, Agile is iterative in nature, and we work in cycles to deliver as best value as possible. It's a value-driven, delivery platform. Now, whilst the product owner, in theory, owns the product backlog. All right. Now, this is the bucket where everything that needs to be done. Now, it's a change from what we know. Some people will probably say, but this can, still be referred to the business requirement document that I spoke about at Waterfall. Now, the difference between this and business requirement document is that this is a live artifact. All right. And what do I mean by that? You don't retire it, but business requirement document, once you go through all the sequence of delivery like that, and the product is delivered, they almost always will open up another artifact for the maintenance. All right. But with Scrum, this is the bucket for the delivery. It's live. And additional things are added continuously to this bucket as more is known about the product. Remember, this is product centric. So the PO is responsible for this. And all of the requirement that has been put into here, because we are supposed to deliver in cycles, short cycles, we offload all of that into a smaller bucket called the Scrum, excuse me, the sprint backlog. So what happens is all of the items here will be delivered according to value. It's not a Scrum session, but I'll try and mention some things that, will make sense when we get to the Jira board. So the value being that we want to create a banking application, all right? So rather than go big bang, BRD, business requirement document, and that over to, what company do I know that was doing that a long time ago? I forgot, maybe something spec, they were in Nigeria then. Okay, IT delivery company, all right? And what happens is they build that out. That's not what we're doing. In our case, we go into the market, we do a market survey, all right? And we get feedback from the customer. If you'd want to use a mobile banking application, or let's say we want to start a Sterling bank, all right? Which of the products would you want us to, would you like us to deliver first? We have current accounts here. We have mortgages. We have, what account do we have? Loans, credit cards, all right? So to this, the customer, the consumers, the end users of these products or are intending product says 70% of them would like us to have savings account. Current account, maybe another 10%, all right? Mortgage is not too common, 3%. Loans, everything adds up to 100% anyway. So what Agile through Scrum advises is you deliver the savings account features first of that product. Why? Because you're going to have 70% of the people who are going to be using it needing savings account platform first. So it makes sense, all right, not to do everything in a big bang approach. So listen to the customer and deliver the savings account first, all right? So with that information from the feedback from the customer, even though we've put all the items here for the banking application, we're going to go through the cycle of delivering what adds value and what is referred to as minimum viable product, right? So that would drive what we take into sprint. And even though we have a lot of things here that we need to work on, there's something called Moscow, all right? That's what the Scrum-Master would need to help the product owner to resize or reorder what's in the product backlog. So even though we have listed it 1, 2, 3, 4 in this order, so because of the feedback from the customer, we now found out that, okay, item 1 is actually the first one, the most prioritized one that the customer wants. Item number 4 is the second one. Number 3 is the third one. Number 7 is the fourth one. Because when the product owner is onboarding all of these user stories or tasks, I'll explain that to you later, it's taking it as the customer is giving it time. This is what we want to deliver. This is what we want to give to a customer. So the job of a Scrum Master is to help the product owner reorganize the offering in a sprint backlog according to what the customers want. So at the top of the list here will be our savings account delivery. So we work in small circles, and that might take us to the next, 5 cycles, we're still working on savings account. Correct. Of course, sometimes bugs will come in. Sometimes we want to refactor our codes. That's secondary. But the aim is to deliver the savings account. So to this, the team, which is the development team, they are focused on delivering that only. Only is, let's just take that only, because sometimes some people can be very funny. The management team. Their focus is this, what they're delivering. All right. Those are one of the Scrum values. So that at the end of the day, the gentleman that asks about budgeting, and I know he understands what he's saying, we can budget how much it will cost us at the velocity or the rate at which this team is focused on delivering these items in the sprint backlog. And we can quickly create a budget around, we've got 8 team members, all right? And at the rate of maybe 40 user story or story points per 2 weeks, it's easy to create a budget of how many story points do we have? We have a total of 240 story points for the savings account model. So at 40 story points for 2 weeks, all right, we're able to deliver the savings account for 6 weeks, all right? Where's my calculation in my head? 12 weeks, sorry. 12 weeks. Because at the velocity of 40, we can deplete the story points in 6 iterations. All right? And each iteration is 2 weeks. So we can definitely say that after 12 weeks, our savings account model for our banking application, we hit the market. All right? The market. Sorry, I'm not sure what's wrong with mine. We hit the market, yeah, this is better. In 12 weeks, all right? So the budgeting comes into play. You've got 8 people that are working on it, 18 members. And each of them is maybe £500 per day, all right? So it's easy for you to calculate 500, per day for 8 people for a total of 12 weeks. So Scrum-Master, in a way, you are helping out with budgeting in the long run. And that's what informs the MI, management information, that you provide through your Jira board. So if your project or your safe or release train manager, whatever role that is sitting above you, is asking you to provide insight, your insight is what goes back into budgeting. All right. So you might not be involved directly, but the insight you provide actually gets you involved. So let's go back to this. I will say that. So let's look at this picture. Let's make a sense of it. The product backlog is a prioritized list of what is required. A new feature, the bugs to fix. And the person who sits on that is the product owner. It takes all of that requirement from the customers, from the team, from the managers, from the executives. He is responsible for everything that needs to be done within the product. Now, with all of this, we can't have a go at it because we're not in waterfall. So your team will select, at the top, because we have reordered it, we have prioritized it, would select what the customer needs, and they go put that into a sprint backlog, and our cycle starts. So our sprint cycle average is 2 weeks. I've not known any shop that does 3-week cycle, even though people have suggested it. But I think the smaller the better, because you can get quick feedback and quick turnaround. But the question that we asked, how can we have 2 weeks turnaround in other sectors of the economy, maybe construction and that? We'll come to that on another private session, So, and after that, Scrum has its own rituals. You do your planning, you do your sprint review, you do your daily Scrum, or it's called daily stand-up meeting before. You do your retrospective. Now, all of these sessions serve a purpose. And I'm going to say this. I had an interview at the start of my Scrum-Master, career, and one of the questions was, okay, all of these ceremonies, what do you think? They were asking me, which one of them do you think is not as important? Because ideally we're just doing the same thing, to be honest. So logic does not apply to most things, because this is a framework. If you want the best solution, you follow the framework, or you fine-tune the framework to give the same outcome but in a different way. So I said retrospective. I mean, in 2 weeks, really, what are we going to talk about? What we didn't do well, what went well, what we could have done better, But of course, they didn't say anything. Okay, we'll get back to you. So after the interview, I like to sit back and think about, what did I say? What do I remember? And I go back to, so I remember that question. And the answer I got was, from having done a search, was every ceremony in Scrum is meeting a requirement. There's a purpose for it. It was not something that was not well thought about. Of course, I didn't expect any feedback from that. So there's a reason, there's a session, you can fine tune it. I'm not sure if it's Spotify. They've actually expanded and fine tuned their Scrum delivery. But in all of that, they've incorporated feedbacks into their, customization. So feedback is key to get that to work. So let's get into our start. So like we said before, every business vision, every business idea will come with a requirement, some form of definition. And at the center of that is our user stories. I don't want to use the word the most important thing is user story now. But I'm careful to say is an important part of your delivery. User story are so minute that sometimes logically you will think, but what's the purpose of this user story? User story drives everything in Agile. I'm not going to, I can't overstress that. And that's why some role, they'll tell you, we're just starting Agile. We need you to help us with our user stories. If you get the user stories right, because the component of the user story actually helps the team understand what they need to do. You're a business person, you have a business requirement, and you want to give that business requirement to a team of nerds, developers. User story is the bridge between your business needs and what the IT will build. Right? You might start rough, you might not get it right, but there's always room for improvement, and that's what Agile is all about. Understanding your user story is key. If you're in a place to help out with that, it's added value to you. Right? So the two frameworks we'll be focusing about, I'll just do a brief, definition, and we'll go into the tools itself, the Jira tool itself. Okay, Kanban is visualizing your work, limiting work in progress, and maximizing efficiency. Like I said, it was inherited from Toyota. Yeah, funny enough, during the week, I was going through the social media and they were listing car manufacturing countries, car manufacturers according to their countries. And it wasn't surprising that out of the list, Japan they had 8 in them. Subaru, Suzuki, Mazda, Toyota, all of that came from Japan. And what does that tell us? They must be doing something efficiently and effectively. So why won't one of their process improvement pattern, which is called Kanban, why wouldn't it be adopted everywhere around the world? So you must be doing something right for everyone to want to, follow through. So Kanban teams focus on reducing time a project takes, all right? From start to finish. They do this by using a Kanban board and continuously improving their flow. And what do I mean by flow? Every project delivery has a project board. I assume so. The workflow is as basic as to do, in progress, all right? Blocked or escalation in some shops and done, right? So if you create visibility on what needs to be done in Kanban, so we want to be efficient at what we do. So let's say we have 15 items here. And out of 15 items, we have 10 items listed in progress. That's too much work to do, all right? So what Kanban introduces is, let's limit our work in progress. That's one of the key values of Kanban. There's no point taking on more than what you can deliver. Why don't we limit what you have in progress to 2 items? All right? We will create dependent items as best as possible. So this is for developer A, developer B, developer C, and developer D. So as soon as you're working through this and you have a blocker or escalation on one, you put the item here, everybody knows what you're working on. Everybody understands, your delivery cadence. So at the end of the day, what happens? You have a better, inclusive team. Rather than somebody sitting in a cubicle somewhere, on a table. What are you working on? Oh, I'm busy. I'll come back. No, we don't want to create that culture. And that's why most organizations, they've broken down those cubicles. Open plan. Let's see what you're working on. Let everybody be on the same page. Let's chat over this small divide. It doesn't mean we're chatting, to be honest. Remember working out for some organization in Scotland, and I was in support team, so I'll come in 7 a.m. and I'll leave at 3 p.m. I'm on a rota system. We're doing some follow the sun support, whatever model. So this gentleman is a Unix guy, all right? He sits here. I work on the database technology. I sit here. As much as they're trying to create collaboration, breaking off the cubicles, I come in at 6:50 or 6. or 7, let's say 7. I see this guy here. We're in a team. And I go, morning. He doesn't even answer me. You know, I'll be so furious. Come on. So if he needs anything, okay, let's say there's an escalation. And of course, the escalation is sitting on his server, and the escalation needs my attention. Rather than him give me a shout over this very short divide, he sends me a message. And here I get a beep. Oh, Femi, I've got this ticket. Can you quickly? And I'm thinking, come on, give me a shout over this board. It took me time to understand that the guy is so introverted in nature. And he's one of the very good Unix guys. So how do you work with people like that? If you put everything on a board and you create room for collaboration, even though he's introverted in nature, his nature will not affect how we work. Because he's forced to say, I've got this escalation. Everybody's saying it. Okay. Do you have capacity to work on any time? More? Yeah, I will take on 16. It takes on 16. So that's your idea. That's Kanban for you. So, but the Scrum is totally different because we work in sprints. Kanban, we don't work in sprints. We just follow a flow until this is depleted, if they are ever depleted. All right? More is added here. More is added here. There is no circle to walk through. We're just working along with the flow and make sure that if there's an escalation, we're all aware of the escalation. Now, one of the benefits of this is this. I've got to work on one. I've got issues with working on one because I don't quite get it. As soon as I put it up for discussion, maybe my team member here who is coming from another company has worked on that issue before. And oh no, I know what the problem is. Okay, I think if you look at A, B, C, D configuration, you can get that done. What have we done? We have resolved issues faster than raising, a service request with an external company. Who maybe the turnaround to a service request is maybe 2 days or 3 days. So we've spent 10 minutes of discussion to resolve an escalation that will have put in a service request to some external company. So the benefits are there. You create a more efficient team and you deliver value quicker, right? So let me go back to this Scrum. The goal is to create a learning loop to quickly gather and integrate customer feedback. Scrum teams adopt specific roles: product owner, Scrum-Master, and development team, or the team right now. And they create special artifacts. The product backlog, the sprint backlog, and the increment. And this is the part of Scrum that mimics Kanban. They hold regular ceremonies to keep things moving forward. Right. Like I said, the focus of Kanban is to move quickly from to do to done. Right? It's the same purpose in Scrum, but for us, we break down our delivery into sprints. Sprint 1, sprint 2, sprint 3. So we're coming to the tools, and that's the subject of the day. Right. I'll try and get this done as fast as possible. It was important I explain that. Most organizations will use the Azure board, right? That's I think Microsoft. Jira by Atlassian, Australian. There's Trello. Trello is by Atlassian as well. There's Rally, as prominent in US. Okay. So any shop that you walk into, you're almost going to be using one of this. All right. I worked for an organization was using the three. At the start, they were throwing money everywhere. But over time, they slowly, got to Jira. So the tool is as important as the project, and is as important as the end result. So let me get you into a space where you will understand why Jira will help you, or any of these tools will help you to deliver that vision that we had. Remember, our vision for today is to develop a banking app, all right? Banking app. Yeah, that's our vision. To that vision, we have created, this is what Agile would, to a vision, there's a roadmap, right? So let me come to that. So we're going to lay out our project today in this fashion. This is Agile planning onions. The Agile planning onions. We have a project. We can't just go on the board and start rolling out the project. No. We have to plan the project along the Agile planning onions. If they're properly doing Agile where you are at or where you will be, it's important that this will have been done without you, meaning some people would have taken responsibility for this. But trust me, I have been dragged into these sessions before. And I'm just sharing my experience as best as I can. Every initiative is a vision until it is actualized. So Agile delivery methodology involves a layered planning onion. The vision has executive involvement heavily, all right? As a Scrum-Master, as whatever you find yourself, you're less frequently involved at the vision plan, definition level. But you will get more involved in the roadmap with the product owner, right? And at the level below the roadmap, and what is the roadmap? We have a banking app to deliver. And after consulting our customer, what we have come to realize is we cannot do all of that in a go. So we create a roadmap for our delivery. So we're in May now, yeah? June, July, August. So we say, oh, we're delivering savings account, all right? We're delivering current account. We're delivering loans, all right? We are delivering mortgages. So this gives everyone a picture of our expectations, So within this roadmap, we're going to be creating releases. At this point, we'll release anything we have completed in service account. And at this point, we want to release our current account. And at this point, we want to release. So this gives us an expectation of when the product is going to be available. By end of June, we're going to release version 1. Our version 1 will include savings account. Version 2 will include all of savings account and some of current account. version 3, we include some of the loans, because why? We want to be able to quickly recover the loans we've put out, so that all of our present customer, they're able to use the application to repay the loans even if they have one. So we want, the dependency between savings current account to be such that what is required for loan fulfillment has already been delivered. Can you see dependencies now? So the thought process we go into all of this. If you're lucky enough, you're part of this. If you are lucky enough again, all right, they just leave you at the daily and the iteration stage. But as you grow in your career, be expected to be dragged into this session. Maybe not to the vision creation level, but up onto the roadmap level. All right. So a product roadmap is a plan of action for how a product or solution will evolve over time. All right. I've demonstrated that here. And product owners use roadmaps to outline future product functionality and when new features will be released. Your product strategy informs your roadmap. Your roadmap informs your what? Your backlog here, right? Even though the backlog is what most of us see, but the prep before the backlog or the work before the backlog comes, by way of the strategy, the roadmaps, the product backlog. And what most of us are, have visibility about is the execution and the delivery. But for every execution and delivery that you're going to be given here, they map back to the original vision that we have of our banking application here. So every task that you execute or deliver, they map back to the strategy that was, So when used in Agile development, a roadmap provides crucial context for the team's everyday work and should be responsive to shifts in the competitive landscape. Right. So what do I mean by that? In July, there's a new product, all right? Like we had in COVID, government wanted to give COVID loans, even though we had mortgages here. There's always going to be a shift because of the government regulation and requirement. So here we have COVID loans, all right? Then this moves forward. Our mortgages will come here. This information is provided, and we have not moved away from our strategy or our vision banking application. So this is what we're here for. We want to create a banking application, all right? And we want to lay it out in such a way that Jira will help us to provide the insight. Now, the building block is as important as what we deliver. For you to understand Jira, our initiative sits at the top. There are other bits at the top of initiative, but for the purpose of this, all right? There's a feature in Jira called advanced roadmaps. And you have levels above initiative. So that this is get towards the PMO office and the project delivery team. So you can have a view of all of the projects in one place and helps you create dependencies. But that's not why we're here today. That's an advanced Jira, delivery. So for the purpose of what we're doing, we have our initiative. Sitting under initiatives are epics, all right? Epics. That's how Jira is laid out. I'll show you after. Epics. So a mobile banking app or banking app is our initiative. Sometimes epics are feature driven. if I go through that route, I'll confuse a lot of people. But for us, let's say our epic is savings account, all right? Current account, loans and mortgages, right? Mortgages. So with this, we can create our releases along the lines of the features. I'll show you how to do that. So next to epic, we have our user stories or task. User story for development project, task for user story for software development project, task for business project delivery, right? And under that, we have our subtask. If you understand this hierarchy, you're in a better place to create insight and provide information on the project. I'll make it simple. Let's say you live in Medway, all right? That's an area. That's your initiative. And in Medway, we have various towns, Gillingham and all of that. Hempstead, some other places. Anyway, I say LA and all of that. Yep. These are epics, all right? And within these are epics, we have user story. User story will mean our streets, all right, in there. Street A. And under that street A, we have our houses. Our houses is our user story, right? Street B, street C, houses. Houses. So there are some attributes for each houses, okay? 4 windows, 2 doors, 1 garage, all right? No, 4 rooms. This house is 2 rooms, no garage, all right? No garage, but it's got 2 bedrooms as well. Now, whilst we build out these houses, you know, as a user story, you have laid out the delivery from the parent here, Medway. You have created the epic as, you know, towns that could have as many user stories as possible, which are the houses, right? Now, with Jira, if I come to you and I say, can you tell me how many houses that we have in Gillingham that has got 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms and 1 garage, right? All of the information you have here, all you need to do, and we want it in Medway, all right? So all you need to do is our initiative or our project equals to what? Medway. Yeah. Plus our epic, which is, you know, Gilliam, yeah. Plus our user story, house with 4 bedroom. So with all of the attributes of this house in Jira, you're able to provide the information on specific user stories, specific epic, specific, you know, town. And this is what I want to help you with Jira today, providing insight as best as possible. So I'm going to jump onto Jira, understand this nomenclature, this breakdown. Let's understand it. Jira is built on this. You have your initiative, which sometimes can be your project, all right? Project. And within the project, you have created epics. And within the epic, you have your stories or tasks, depending whether you're doing software delivery or product delivery, and you have your subtask. Now, I'm going to jump onto my Jira board. Hold on, where's my Jira board? Okay. Can you see my Jira board, please? Can anyone see my Jira board?
Yeah,
No?
we could.
You can.
No, we can't see anything now. Previously,
Okay.
we could see something that said Barclays or so if you show us
Can
and
you see
tell
my
us
Jira
what.
board?
Yes, now we can. Thank you.
Okay. No, this is not what I wanted to share. Hold on. Okay. Mr. Shane, let me share this one. Yeah, can you see my Jira board now? Okay. So this is my Jira board. There are two types of Jira offering. One is the cloud offering, and one is the data warehouse offering. Most people are moving to the cloud offering, meaning that you don't need to install anything. All you need to is go to Jira software, create a session for yourself, and anyone can actually start. There's a 14-day trial, right? Let me quickly help you with that. Jira, right? Here, okay. You're able to still see my screen, all right? So you create an account for yourself, start my free 30-day trial. You can do that. Just click start my 13-day trial. So you log in to view your Jira project. It wants you to log in. Because I've logged in, I've got a free plan as well. You don't need your credit card. And all you do is create a new site. And that's why I'm here. Let me delete some of the projects I've worked on that are not required. So let me start from so with Jira, you can do Kanban project. So if I create a new project here now, create project. That's the start of our project, all right? You've got two options. Scrum was the last I created. And all you need to do is come in here and create a Scrum project. It gives you an option to use a template. All right. How do you know you're creating a Scrum project? You're using this Jira software, that's a product, and it's giving you epic, stories, bug, task, subtask. That's the building block of Scrum in Jira. I bet it's the same thing on Azure board. Understanding that building block will help you. So if I'm going to use the template, use the template. And what has it given me? So it's giving me two options, project type. This is set up by Jira administrator. That is what most of us will have. Jira administrator. You have advanced roadmaps. Those are premium features. And you can work on multiple projects on the same board. And you can do a comprehensive agile reporting. But what we want to have here is a team managed project. So I've selected that, team managed project. If you want to follow through with me, fine. You select a team managed project. So to this, we are creating a ladder back down bank. Yeah? Ladder back down bank. Right? So what Jira will do, it will take the first three, letter of your project name, and that will be your key, right? Like a primary key. So on this one, it will connect you once you create it to your repository, your documents, and more. You can change the type here, all right? But we want a team managed type. Our template is Scrum. We want a team managed type because we don't want the company managed type. That's a bigger one. So you go to next. Yeah. Once you click next, what Jira is doing is creating a project for you. I've not talked about Confluence for a reason. Confluence is your information page. So as you create Jira, you have an option of creating a Confluence page, but I'll come to that later. I don't want us to create, a Confluence page. So more options, no. So this is our cloud, and this is our Confluence. I don't want us to create that. I'm not sure it's giving me that option. Skip, okay. So it's as simple as that. We have created a project, and the project is called the ladder back down, I think I didn't put the bank. I don't know why. So that's your project. All right. So once you create your project, it comes automatically with a board, a project board. All right. Now, the project board is kept as simple as possible with your workflow: to do, in progress, and done. That's as simple as you can get. So before it becomes complicated, you've got your roadmaps. Your eye level is your project, your vision. You want to create a bank. And you've got your roadmaps, all right? So within your roadmaps, you can create a plan for delivery. Remember the Agile onions I showed to you? You can create your plan for delivery. Let me quickly share that with you here. Now, Jira has helped you to create, your project. That's your vision. And next to that is your roadmaps. And next to the roadmaps, what feeds into your roadmap is what? What your backlog feeds into your roadmap. And from the backlog, you have your sprint. So we're going to work together on this, and I want everyone to help me out here. The starting point of our project is a product backlog. The product backlog, even though you're not involved, but as a product owner, this is where you start to put your user story. Now, let me tell you something about user story before we go ahead. There are short requirements or requests that you have written from the perspective of an end user. So if we go back to our board here, we create a user story. But before we create that, let's write what we want to do. Savings account, for students to use whilst in college. That's what a product owner who doesn't understand user story, that's what they'll put down. Current account for, teenagers, adults, working class. Those are the people we want to target. So the user story will be very ambiguous. If you gave me this user story, as a developer, I would not know how to do justice to this. So once you create your project, the next bit down the line is your product backlog. You might be involved with the creation of that. You might be involved at fine-tuning it, but your Agile development project feeds off a very well-defined user story. I'm aware we've gone about an hour. I'll take some questions so that I don't bore you to death. So, questions, anyone, please? Any question, please? Any question? Okay. I'll probably just will try to recreate some of the things that we talked about. So some people missed out on that. So let's quickly do that before we jump back to Jira and the explanations. So what we had before, when we lost a lot of people, was somebody asked a question about stories and Epic and how, can you see my screen? Hello? Okay. So, some people ask about stories, Epic, and that. So this, our initiative is the banking application or banking app that we're trying to create. So to that initiative, underneath the child relationship to that initiative is our Epic. So on our Epic, we're going to have a current account, a savings account, and under the Epic, we're going to have different stories that will help us, deliver all of the functionalities that we want our banking application to have. So in a more advanced environment, you might not have epics as easy as project in our case, and savings account, current account, and loans as epics. The epics might be in the lines of the features that I call it feature-driven layout, just that you understand. But the whole idea is to have a common understanding of what our project is, what Epic is, and what stories are. So stories are a collection, the simplest task that is carried out from the perspective of an end user. And Epic are large bodies of work that can be broken down into smaller tasks called stories or stories in itself. An initiative is the project. So what we are doing next is we're creating a project, which we have done. We're filling up the product backlog items. There's a lot of people that we have to, a lot of people online, so it might not be possible to, make it as interactive as possible because everyone would want to say something, but I would try and get everyone along. Then to that, we're going to plan and deliver that in Jira. So let me open up my Jira board. Are you able to see my Jira board? Anyone? If you're not, let me know. Can everybody see my Jira board?
Yeah, does it say Agile planning, project planning in Jira?
No.
No, okay.
Okay, let me just this is my Jira board. Can anyone see that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So I've not lost out anyone, so I'm concerned about that. So what we did was we created a project called ladder back down bank. Just take it as it comes. Yeah. Right. So what Jira does is it creates the first three letters as your key. So every user story or every issue type that you create would have this prefix, LAD, in this case. So the first three letters. Now, a lady asked about creating a roadmap before Epic. Now, the version of the Jira you're going to use may differ, but the building block is the same. So your project has no Epic. See, so to get the Epic panel, you switch on this button. Right. Once you switch on that button, then you can create your Epic here. It says plan and prioritize large chunks of work. The large chunks of work that we want to deliver is our banking app. And to break that down so that we can properly plan, and the word is prioritize, remember, is to create epics. And those epics will inform what our roadmaps will look like. So in our case, our first epic is current account. Doesn't necessarily mean they'll be in that form order. The next epic is savings account. And next epic is loans, mortgages. And let's do one more. Credit cards or credits. I don't know. Okay, let's keep it that simple. Let's not overcomplicate it. So to the initiative we're going to deliver, which is a bank application, for us to properly plan our delivery, we have created, in some places they'll call it work streams. All right. In proper project management environment, they'll call it work streams. So let's take our epic as our work stream. I shied away from saying that, but let's just say our epic is our work stream. In Jira, it is referred to as epic. And under each of those work streams, you will now have your task, your deliverables. Anyone who's used, what's this project delivery Gantt chart? Yeah, you will understand. You understand that better. So let's look at that. So this is the epic. So within each of the epic, we have done a market survey, and the customer says they want the savings account to be delivered first, followed by loans. All right, because our target audience is, let's say, the banking app is not for, it's for a remote place, but they have enough customer base for a business to make sense there. So everybody wants loans. They have small businesses, but hey, they have cash, a lot of cash. Let me throw this in. I was working for a bank before I left Nigeria, and when they start to post managers to the branches, of course the managers have enough connections. They were vying for the Allen branch, Ikeja branch, Victoria Island branch, and the Marina branches. They were throwing their weight around. So one guy was posted to Oshogbo branch. Right? Well, after every month, by the time report comes back, Oshogbo gets us more money. Because that's where people have cash, they're saving. A lot of savings are there. So let's say our target is those sort of area. What they want is savings account. So that's why really customer feedback is important. So to this, we have created our Epic. And to Epic, we want to build our roadmaps, all right? So if I come to the roadmap here, in Jira, let me quickly say this. We've got issue types. And there are 4 issue types. We've got the task. If you are doing a business delivery project rather than a software delivery project, we often refer to what you would deliver as task. All right. Task will be, okay, in building, I want to put that tiling into the kitchen. It's difficult to interpret that into story as an end user. I want the tiles in my kitchen. No. I mean, the only thing about I want my kitchen tiled in a particular way with a particular product. So your acceptance criteria will be, did they use that product and is it well done? But as a user story, there'll be some form of interaction, because we'll have developed our user acceptance, statement, and we'll have tested all of that which we need to deliver. In software development, you often will come up with a bug. It's never going to work as you plan it. So to create a bug, it's going to be referred to as an issue type, and it's going to have this, icon, a red square with white dots inside. A story is a green square with some, I don't know what this is called, ribbon-like bit inside. So an epic is purple shape, and it's got this lightning symbol inside. So that will visually help you separate your issue types. Okay, and this will come in handy when we start to create a report. So to this, we are creating our roadmap. The reason I like to base my roadmap on Epic is because Epic is a body of user story that you're going to deliver. It makes sense to create your roadmap along the lines of your Epic because it's a body of delivery. So all you do is click here. We are in mid-May. Let's say quarterly. It gives you quarterly representation. Month, it gives you month. Weeks, it gives you weekly representation. That's too minute for us. So let's say month. So this month, all you do is click here. All right. And because you're clicking on here, it's giving you can change the colors as well. It makes it, you can represent it better. So our current account, our start date is today. You can double click it. It will give you, it takes you to the savings account, on our backlog, and you can do a start and end date. Right? If you want to start it May 14th, and if we say the delivery for this one is going to be, let's say June. Okay, we're expecting that on June the 10th. Just change the date and press enter. Close the window. It's going to extend to June. You can move it around like that. It's easier to move around. It will give you the date, to be honest. So, because if the advanced roadmap, it's more, the window is busier. So you're better just clicking. So if you click on this, all right, it gives us the default purple color. Okay, so this is loans, all right? So visually, to your top management, we have an idea of our delivery. So this is current account. Can change the color you know. Let's put another color that might just, okay. And mortgages. If you click on it, it will just give you, and you can drag it, right? So mortgages, we can say, okay, we're moving it. And if there's a change in delivery, i.e., there was an introduction of some government requirement for COVID loans and that, just click in here and create COVID loans. That's a time delivery. That's not part of our, you know, desired work stream, but it's come upon us. There's nothing we can do about it. And all of a sudden, we have to accommodate that, you know, in between our delivery cadence. So you click here and say, okay, COVID loans. They've set a target for start of July or end of July. It might be such that, okay, we want to start that now, depending on what you want to do. So this is our roadmap, right? This informs us on the expectations. And this will help guide us on our releases and what we need to do. So let me go back to my backlog, all right? We've got our epics here. So let's go back to our backlog. Quickly, let's try and create user story. This is done by, my user story is empty, okay. Let's create our user story. Create issues. In Jira, you have issue types, like I said. So we are creating user story here. Now, as a savings account customer, I want to be able to view my account status so that I can have a view of my balance. All right. Now, this is a user story that's so simple enough. It gives the developers don't speak too much of English. They speak in zeros and ones. But for us to communicate with the developer, we need to make our user story as easy as possible. The who, the what, and the why. That's what makes up a user story. Like I said, this is not Scrum, but I'm just going to, you know, give you some insight as we go along. Even though we'll spend a lot of time here. So as a student account owner, I want to be able to pay my school fees with my parents' credit card so that I can offset all my student loan. Okay, that's a requirement. So as a current account customer, I want to deposit bank checks into my account so that I can accept check as a payment payment option. Now, all of the user story that we're going to deliver here is going to help us, bring savings account, current account to a customer. Okay, as a bank customer, I want to be able to apply for a loan so that I can pay off. I can support my business. As you become very, conversant with user story, is open to fine tuning, is open to making it a lot simpler. So let me try and represent as many user story to fit our Epic as a mortgage, as a banking mortgage customer. Mortgage customer. I want to be able to offset my mortgage from my mortgage payment from my savings account. So with this user story, and with sometimes I've seen where user stories are up to 200 items. Now, each of these user story becomes a candidate for a project delivery, for actualizing our initiative. But what we want to do is we want to be able to differentiate between a bad user story and a good user story if you're a Scrum-Master here. And let me create some ambiguity here. Okay. This is a user story, savings account for students to use while in college. It's ambiguous because even if you have a savings account and whilst you're in college, you need to be specific on what you want the savings account for. You can as well just have a piggy bank in your room and put money in there. So your savings account will afford you some level of, activities. You can have a card, you can pay for your drinks, you can, pay for library bits, you can buy books. So all of that, and because you're going to do all of that, you might be interacting with an external payment platform. There was a user story I came across as a student savings account holder. I want to be able to pay with my credit card. Now, as much as this looks very simple, there's a lot of requirement to get this done by the developer, because I can go in now and create a functionality within the application so that the students can have a credit card and make payment with their credit card. But once you move to credit card settlement, you've got different kinds of credit card. You've got Visa, you've got MasterCard, you've got the other types of credit card. So this is the point where the developer will tell you, can you be more specific with this story? And meaning that I want to pay with my MasterCard credit card. Now, this user story has changed from a generic one to a specific one. Specific one being that is a MasterCard, the payment gateway that we require to make this convert this to a done increment is a MasterCard payment gateway. So those little details becomes very important, and to such that every user story will come with what? An acceptance criteria, a definition of done. A lot of things are going on in Scrum, but hey, that's not what we're going to be discussing because it takes a lot of time. But for the purpose of everyone here, every user story that you're going to deliver, there should be some form of validation to how do we know that this is done? How do we establish a common understanding of what is required and what is done? And that comes with your acceptance criteria. Okay? So before this is considered done, all right, the user must be able to log in to the app. All right. The user, let me just make that bullet. Okay. The user must be able, let me scroll down a bit, to choose from a list of credit card option. Because in this case, it's a MasterCard. Some people have Visa card. The user must be able to enter payment information. This is what the testers will, this is what would drive their test cases. As long as when all of this is done, you fulfill all of the requirements in the acceptance criteria, this work is considered, done by everyone. It's a common understanding. At the end of the sprint, this is what we want done. So that's one of the key things about user story. So let's say we have this level of backlog items that we want to deliver. A product owner will have captured all this. We need to assign this task to the various work stream. I'll allow work stream for now. So in this case, we've got our Epic savings account. It's easier for everyone to understand that as a savings account customer, it's so detailed enough for, you don't have to be techie, you don't have to be business minded, you don't have to be, you've created, there's visibility, there's common understanding that this is a savings account, Epic. And as soon as you add that to that savings account work stream, student account, a type of savings account, we had it there. So as soon as you add that to it, what happens? It gets tagged there. So in theory, if you go back to our roadmap here, and we look at our savings account, so we're able to see the amount of work that we need to do till the end of May. The person building this roadmap might not have the detailed knowledge of what you're doing in your backlog, but on the roadmap is able to visualize the number of things, whether it's done, the number of to do, because this is still in to do, we're still planning it. So if I come in here and say cost as a current account customer, this is a current account customer, it's going to tag it differently. Apply for a loan, all right? I'm going to edit this because as a bank loan customer, yeah, it makes it a lot easier. So this goes under loans, right? And this goes under mortgages. They've made this very simple, drag and drop. Right? This goes on the savings account. Time won't allow me create more, but which one have I known? I've missed out on. COVID is gone, thank God. That's just for demonstration purpose, yeah. So we've got all of this in place. And what we then do at every planning stage, remember the course is delivering Agile projects using Jira and Confluence. So every Agile project that we need to deliver would have been populated by the product owner. If you are the product owner, this is your space. If you are not the product owner, if you're a team member, some level of planning will now come into this. And that's the ceremony in Scrum that we were talking about. So we have a project board. Our initiative is a bank. We've got our roadmaps in place. So the next level to our roadmap is our delivery. Hold on, let me look for that delivery. Version control. I'll come to that in a bit. I'm looking for my versions. Okay, I'll come to that in a bit. So we've got your backlog here, and let's start to plan how to deliver this project. It might not be a lot, but you have an understanding of it. And I hope I've not lost anyone. If you want to create a small issue, just come in here, create your issue. Let's say we have a bug. We have not even started developing. We already have a bug. Okay, let's say we have a bug. So the bug doesn't have to follow the user story because it's a bug, it's not a story. So login page fix on the customer, on the current account page. So maybe remove some buttons, yeah? Once we deliver that, we found out that was a bug. So you don't have to assign this to any epic. It's a bug. It's just going to be part of the next thing that we're going to focus on, just to make sure that we're fixing all of our defects. So at the sprint planning session, before we can take this into sprint, for us to create a velocity for it, there's something we called story points, measurement. Now, the joy about Scrum is such that the detail of the delivery must be known beforehand. And I'm sure a lot of you understand why that is the case. The reason being that a story point would drive our velocity, and that would drive our budgeting, like I explained to someone that asked. This story point is a measurement of effort and complexity that is required to finish this task. There's something we call Fibonacci series. I'm getting out of focus now. Okay. Every story must be estimated. There's something we call estimation in Agile. Estimation is the amount of effort required, the complexity of the work. If the work is complex, we tend to want to give it a bigger story point. And when we give it a bigger story point, that means we can't finish that work in a sprint. Let me switch context and let's try and let me make sense of that so that I don't lose anyone. I want to share my just 1 second. Okay, let me share this with you so that I can make justice to that. Every user story, all right? every user story must be estimated. Now, for planning purpose, the reason we estimate our user story, where's my board now, is to create some form of information. I think I have that now, so that we understand how much of time it's going to take us to deliver on a particular project. You remember when I was trying to explain this to the gentleman who asked about budgeting? If all the stories that will help us fulfill this epic has been estimated to detail, and we know that this epic will cost us how many user story points? Let's say 40 user story points. So it's easy for us to know that the team of developers we have, they work at this pace, all right? Maybe per sprint. So that information will help us to determine how many sprints, how many story points, and the cost to us. That will inform our budget. That's one of the advantages of a detailed user story. So, but let me come back to what I'm doing here. Where's my user? Okay. So this is the user story here. Every user story, you have to measure the effort, the complexity. So there's something that we call Fibonacci series. 0, 1, as 1 again. The addition of the last two numbers. 2, 2 plus 1, 3, 3 plus 2, 5, 5 plus 3, 8. This is what we use for estimation. Now, the reason we want to estimate is, remember, in Scrum, we don't have senior developer. We don't have junior developer. Everyone is referred to as developers. So it's easy for someone who is here to be more skilled in Java or other, Excel. Let me not go too deep. Excel. And the requirement is Excel is to create a dashboard. If this team member is to create a dashboard, they'll probably tell you that, okay, it will take me 2 story points, very minimal. The higher the number, the more complex or the more difficult the task is. But one of the things we want to avoid is all Excel related tasks to be given to B. What if B leaves the company? This thing becomes, because what we are creating is a cross-functional team. Your team should be so cross-functional enough that they can perform the work without any external, influence. So what we want to do is get everybody to pick a task and share the knowledge. Like I said, the plan of Agile is to improve the people, human. You get improvement with adopting Agile. So a particular story is considered as 8 by team member A. But team member B says, I can do it. It's not complex. I can do it. And I'm going to assign 2 story points to it. Now, what that tells me as a Scrum Master or whoever is in charge is, how come you deem this story point to be very complex? All right? And how come you deem it too simple to assign 2 to it? What that does is, at the sprint planning, session, or at the product backlog refinement session, we have opened up a communication channel for our developers to chat with each other. Those are one of the values of Agile. So the discussion will be around, oh, I've done this before. Let's say this team member says, oh, I've done it before. I have a template. And because of that, I require less effort and is less complex for me to do. And let's say this is the team member A. Immediately, he has a knowledge that he needs to make this work a lot easier for him from his team member B. And the only reason he's got that is collaboration. All right? Remember, Jira is just helping you fulfill all of the values and the principles that Agile promotes. And that is why you have a common board that everybody will work from. So with this little interaction, B would tell A, we're all going to be there. Nobody's going to hide anything. Nobody's keeping any, work from anyone. So I'll share the template, but this is what you need to do. 1, 2, 3, and the job is done. That interaction will make A better person. And I understand better now. I didn't know I could do it that way. Okay, instead of giving it an 8, I'll give it a 2. I'll give it a 3. Because you're sharing the knowledge with me, I've not done that before. So I might not be at your level. So I'll give it a 3. So that way we're opening up, information highway. We're creating a more, involved team members. They're more involved with each other. And there's a level of trust between them. Hold on, let me just go back to my board. I want to share it by 1 second. So we come back to our board here, and we say this user story, after the communication and the interaction, we have agreed that this user story is 3. We have agreed that the next user story is going to be the story point estimate. It's an estimate. It doesn't have to be perfect, but at least it helps us as a team to, provide the number of effort that is required. Even though we're going to deliver a banking application, and even though we're going to deliver this epic, the detailed planning here is only for the period of the sprint. And in our case, it's only 2 weeks. One of the mistakes that I found out is people try to plan for more than 2 weeks delivery cadence. So they bring a lot of big user stories, and at the end of the sprint, they can't deliver it. All right? They can't deliver it. So the rule is keep user story as small as possible. And once you do that, you're going to get a good, return from your team. Even when user story is 8, let me say this user story is 8. Where's that user story of student I want to pay with credit card? This user story is not simple enough. Because why? We have not, determined credit card. Okay. The complexity is this. So we're going to be writing code and interacting with the payment gateway for Visa card, payment gateway for MasterCard. What other cards are there? Every other, Verve and all of that. So this user story is complex, right? So there's an agreement between the team that this is a complex user story. What makes it complex? Because it's not possible for us to deliver all of the functionalities in 2 weeks. So at that, what do? They go ahead and break the user story into several user stories. So let me demonstrate that now. I'm creating a user story, a child user story from this one because we want to make it at most 3. And because user story is so big, we can break it down. So let me create an issue here as a student savings account holder. I want to pay with my parents' MasterCard. MasterCard so that I can pay off some of my loans. All right. So once we have that in place, it becomes less ambiguous because the developer understands that, yes, you want to pay with a card, but the specificity of this one is the MasterCard. The complexity and the effort required has been streamlined because we're not just going to be developing solution for all of the MasterCards and all of the various Visa card that is available. We're only going to be developing for one card. So it's possible for us now to break that user story down to 3 user story. So it becomes easier for developer to understand. As earlier stated, user stories, they drive all of our delivery. Once we do that, each member of the team should be responsible for the delivery. So somebody has to be assigned to this. Am I assigning Henry to this one? All right. Am I assigning, I had some students I taught, so I'm assigning Tega. Is Tega here? Yeah, am I assigning Adesi to that one? I normally, once you are enrolled to work on this, they will have created you as a user. So it's not possible for me to create. I think I have Tega somewhere. What's his surname again? I've deleted, oh yeah, okay. Olashitu is here, all right? So these are the people that are going to work on the job. You might find yourself, let me add my name to one so that I'm just going to be an assignee all of the time. So this is me, all right? I'm working on that. Once your backlog is in this state, user story estimated, acceptance criteria determined, there's somebody responsible for it. It's a team effort, but somebody has to work on it anyway. Let's give this to Henry. Let me assign everything as best as possible. Henry, yeah. This is Henry, yeah. Let me try and spread the work. Oh shit, yeah. So with Jira, they've made this a lot easier for everyone to work with. Easier being that once you click on any issue, it opens up a detail page. And with that detail page, you can, add other attributes to this. Now, this attribute actually will help you when you create your report. Now, let's show all here, all of the attributes here. Now, let's comment. Let me open this up. Hold on a bit. They've changed this thing a lot. Okay. Okay. Sometimes as well, a developer will probably tell you, before I work on this, I want to have a common understanding or a written agreement, right, with the business. There's something that is called a definition of done. What do you consider before this work is deemed done? You can create a small document and create an attachment and attach that here, all right? You can add a child issue to this. You can create subtasks depending on how your environment is, developed. But it's not going to be too far away from here, right? There are other fields to consider. And those other fields will be status, assignee, label, your sprint, your estimate. Let me try and put other ones as well. Due date, right? Start date. You can customize those fields. You can create a new field if you have. We can create a label field here. So let me go back to my stories and you'll see what that means. Go back to my project settings. Okay, save that. Save changes. Go back to my project page. Go back to my backlog. Go back to my this. So for each user story, if you create a user story, you are the reporter. And being the reporter, you are different from, the person who's going to work on it, which is called the assignee, right? So the assignee is me, fortunately for this one. And the assignee for this one is not me, it's Henry. So your name will come up as a reporter. And the assignee, the person who work on it is Henry. So let's go to the next stage. We've got everything we need to deliver our initiative. But because our customers would like savings account first, we reorder our product backlog. All you're doing is you're moving it from the bottom to down. This should be tagged as savings account. We moved here. We move this one up here, right? So if anyone is looking at your product backlog, it's easy for them to see, according to priority, what you have created. What you can actually do as well to this, you can assign priority here. There's a field there. There's that will help you do that. No creating automation. Hold on, let me just look for that. A lot of things are changing here. Okay. I'm sure after the break I'll look into another project. So what that does is it gives us a prioritized list of what needs to be done. You will have had a session to prioritize what you need to deliver, and all you'll be doing let's create a sprint now. All right. All you'll be doing, we've got a sprint one here created for us, and all you'll be doing here is drag the issues that you need to work on in that sprint into here, right? I'm supposed to be able to drag it. Okay. So immediately you create a sprint. Mine is LED sprint 1. I can add a date to when a sprint will start. But if you create a 2-week sprint, it will calculate it for you. And the goal of your sprint is to create savings account, functionality for a customer. That's the goal of the sprint. In theory, we can't do that in 2 weeks anyway. So, but what I'm trying to make you understand is these are sprints. Once you click start on the sprint, right? I added the date. Why is it not taking it? Right? It's updated. It'll come up later. So you add all of the prioritized work, workload. I'll borrow that word. Into sprint. So this is all we have to do for sprint 1. And in this sprint one, we're only working on 15 story points. All right. We have nothing in progress. We have nothing in done. So immediately we create a start sprint. Let's say we are starting a sprint, and this is what we want to deliver for now. Let me add a name to this. I don't know why that name went off. Assigned to, oh shit, okay. So we have 2 items for, let me make it even. A daisy. So this is what you will see in any workplace. From your backlog, you move, if you are doing Scrum, you move into your sprint. You can create 2-3 sprints ahead and plan accordingly. So for our next sprint, we can plan, all right? Put this item here, sprint 2, because why? We've measured it. So as you go through your refinements in your backlog, you can move item to sprint. And once you come to the sprint planning, there's the items that come up that you didn't think about. All you need to do is move this back into your backlog. It's as simple as that. So your focus for now is your sprint 1. At your sprint planning, you've done all of this. You've agreed to the workload. Remember, in Scrum is a pull request based system. The developer has been trusted, to own what they want to deliver. As much as they want to commit to this 15 story points in this sprint, you can't force anything down their throat. Help them to thrive. There's a trust, there's a level of courage. That's why you don't have senior developer or junior developer. If there's somebody who joined the team and the person is not as skilled as the other people, but is bringing something to the table that other people don't have. If he says he's only going to be able to work on, 10 story points, accommodation, you're trusting him and believing that that's the commitment he's going to have. Other things will go on in the background, like your availability, your total number of hours. That's what the Scrum-Master about. We're not going into that now. So you start your sprint here, all right? Sprint 1, you can rename it, you can give it what name you want. Your sprint goal is to create this. How you want to achieve that goal are the tasks that you have added into it. And once you create your sprint, it brings you to your sprint board. And this is your sprint board, all right? Remember, the move was from our initiative, which is our project. From our project, we moved to our roadmaps. But in theory, like I said, your roadmap is based on your epic, because your epic is your work stream in theory. So the work stream you're going to deliver should form, be the input to your roadmap. This work stream is savings account. We're going to deliver that by end of May. Our loans are going to be delivered by, towards the end of June. So we have depleted our backlog. We don't have a lot of things in our backlog anyway. But whilst you're working on your sprints, the product owner is like I said, the artifact called product backlog is named backlog, but in Scrum is product backlog. All right. The product owner will receive more functionality, right, from the user, from the customer, from the stakeholders, and they continue to fill this up. This becomes, your go-to, your project port, your delivery port. And from this backlog, you plan for your sprint and you create smaller goals to meet up what? Your initiative, which is the bank. So once your sprint starts, let me take you to the sprint board. And this is your sprint board, right? We've planned for a 2-week work, and the work starts immediately that you start your sprint. We have a 10-day sprint. So it says that this is a 10-day sprint, 10 days remaining. And every day we start to do a daily scrum. Now, what is the essence of a daily scrum? It helps us to, actualize our goal. And what is our sprint goal? Create savings account functionality for our customer. So we look at our goals, we look at the efforts in play. The reason being that at the end of the 10 days, as best as possible, we want to have moved every issue or every story that will fulfill this goal. Sprint goal consists of your what? These are what? How? These are how we're going to achieve them. So to meet up and to fulfill that goal, we're going to make sure that all of these items are moved to done. All right? See, it's ticked it. But to get to that stage, every day within these 10 days, we're going to have something called a daily scrum. And what happens during daily scrum, everyone will come up and let's say, okay, we've got only 4 people working on our team. Okay, and it's a case of, okay, Ola, what are you working on today? Ola will say, I'm working on this. Do you have any issues? Do you have any blockers? Do you need help with anything? The job of the Scrum Master is to facilitate these ceremonies. The product owner is responsible for creating a roadmap for the project. Responsible to deliver these functionalities via software delivery, with their skill set. A Scrum Master is to manage the team, imbibe Agile. It's impossible for 4 people to work together and not have issues. It's impossible for any project not to have any setbacks. So the Scrum Master is there to align the team into Agile working. What I'll say to you is real. Some of your team members would not want to come for daily Scrum because they are not used to it. Some of them will give you hard time because this is a change. Imagine you have a daily Scrum at 9 o'clock, what I used to have. So that's ultimately we, not force, it would, handhold us to get to work before 9. Some will come at 10 o'clock. So all of those things, are what would help us improve, presence, collaboration, face-to-face, and all of that. So by the time you go around the table, oh, I've got mine done. Let's say, for instance, I've got this done, and we are 10 days into sprint. Now, what should come to your head as a Scrum Master or someone in charge of a project? You've got capacity, except you're going to go on leave for the rest of the 9 days. We go back to the product backlog. Since you have capacity, can we assign more work to you? And the answer is yes, because we've got 9 days to finish sprint. So how do we know? I'm going to ask this question. I'm not expecting you to answer me. I just want to be one of the benefits of Agile, collaboration, openness, and all of that. If we were working in Waterfall, there was no way, if we did not have a daily Scrum, to understand that Femi has actually completed his task, and all of a sudden, he's got 9 days capacity. So Femi can sit on this task for the next 4 or 5 days. He's not doing anything. You're not optimally challenging Femi. You're not actually getting a lot from his time. And I'll give an example. I used to be an infrastructure engineer. We build our servers, we churn out databases, and and all that. I remember my project manager is a director now. He's done well for himself, and he will tell me, Femi, how long will it take you to build this out? I'll say 2 days. I should be done. Arbitrary, without discussion with anyone. I own the time. I own, the measure of estimation. And he will tell me, okay, let's party up to 4 days. Should anything go wrong? We are working in abstraction. So we're not going to properly measure the effort that is required. So, but for Agile and for what Scrum or Kanban will bring, there's visibility into what everybody's working on. All right? So this is good for project delivery. This is good for development as well. If you're given time, you can sit on this for 4 weeks. And to you, I have time. But without your daily Scrum or with daily Scrum, you're going to commit to more things. And the more you commit to, the better person or the better skilled that you're going to become at the end of the day. So once you go through the board, and let's say this is here in progress, this is here in progress, all right? And a sprint 10 days, I can't demonstrate that, unfortunately, now. So, but let me teach you some things that you might want to, bring on board. You can configure and you can customize your board accordingly, all right? You can add people to your board, especially if you're a small team and you cannot afford, to pay an administrator. You can create notification and you can create other issue types. You can create subtask. You can do a lot of that. But for this, that's not, we can't do that in, how many hours do we have now? But you understand what we have done here. We have started from a backlog. We have created a sprint. We have populated a sprint. We have started the sprint work. And we can visualize what is going on by everyone. Now, the good thing about this is this. Ola is working on this and is in progress. She's working on it. And she needs help from me or someone. All she has to do is tag me here, all right? Tag me here, right? And say, can you cross-check my code, please? I get an email immediately. And all I have to do with that email is open up the link and it brings me to, focus what they want me to do. So it helps communication across. It's a tool that will help you, implement Agile to detail. All right. If I'm having an issue and I need the attention of a Scrum-Master, let's say Adeze doubles as a Scrum-Master. So I need you to help. I need you to help me out with my software update. This is remote working at, at pace. And that's what, you want to achieve. With all that done, our focus is interact, visualize our work, and get it to done increment. Right? These are done increments. Now, before we step out for another, I'll take questions at 14:15. So, but before we get to that, I want to bring in Confluence here. All right. Now, there's another product from Atlassian that is called Confluence. Okay. I purposely didn't create a Confluence page for our project. I wanted us to create it, online so that you will understand, the closeness or 5 and 6 relationship between Confluence and Jira. Confluence is your reporting page. All right. Because I'm creating the project pages from my project page, it's going to give me connect this project to a Confluence page. All right. I have not created a project page, so I cannot connect to a project page. So all I have to do is create a new space. And we want to keep our project space, our Confluence space, and our project board with the same name. Okay. The reason I'm going to say this is this: to promote openness. Opening Confluence. All right. Let me open in Confluence. Are you able to see my Confluence page? I don't want to miss out anyone. Are you able to see my Confluence page? I'm not getting any feedback.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, okay. Sorry. Okay. So this is my Confluence page. Whilst all your project planning and delivery is actually done in your Jira software, your reporting and information is created in Confluence. And what's Confluence? Confluence is just a space. Yeah, like a normal space. And what you do to get started is going to give you information. You click on this button or press E to edit and start typing. You can edit anywhere. You click on the / button because it's got a lot of templates that you can use, and you can publish your page once you finish, like your block space, right? So how do we get started? We've created our pages. If you are very, very good with, the design of your project space, you can create a small, home page for it, if you like. But if you're like me, I'm not, too keen on, how it looks. I just want information. So I create a page, all right? The first page I create is going to sit in here, all right? So add pages, create a page. Now, my page is going to sit here. And my page could be team members. Yeah. It's important to list your team members. I like to use tables. Tables can actually do a lot. / table, it gives you an option, right? You create a table. Team member. Yeah. Contact number. Email. All right. Okay. So okay. John, in this case, contact number. All right. Another John. Email. Now, if you work for a big organization and anyone within the organization would like to see information about this project. All they do is search Confluence, type the name of your project, all right? And they can have all of the information required to that project. Information as easy and as best as, let me create a page. A roadmap, all right? We can come in here and add a roadmap from here, all right? This is a Jira roadmap, okay. Let me paste my Jira instance name here. You come in here, click your instance name, put it here. Yeah. You can bring information from your Jira board into your Confluence page. Okay, I've done that. I can't see anything. Publish. Now, Jira and Confluence is so laid out that it helps you to implement Agile to the letter. Your Jira software area might be for your developers, but for the wider community and the wider view of the organization, you can bring information here. This information can be shared by anyone, shared to anyone. You can create anyone who wants to watch. If they open this page, all they need to do is, I'm watching this page. Yeah, that's all they do. As long as you're watching this page, if there's a change, let me make a change here in my roadmap here. All of a sudden, there's a new epic that we want to accommodate. And that is, what other products are bank really offering? Apart from this, my head is blocked. I need help. Anyone, please? Help me, anyone?
Currency exchange.
Currency exchange, thank you. So we have currency exchange, all right? I want to deliver that. It's come as, this is very urgent. And we've put that here. And we've determined that as soon as we finish with our savings account, this is what we're going to be working on now. Is a new epic. The top guys have discussed and they want this done. So this affects your roadmap delivery. So discussions will go on, and okay, we can't deliver loans because we got a regulatory requirement to do this. All you have to do is move that to the end of, move that, and move that, right? And that is saved automatically, right? See, we don't have that here yet. All you do is refresh. See, it's here. So as much as you work in Jira, you provide insight information in Confluence. And you can actually, provide reporting in Confluence as well. A lot of reporting. Let me say this, sprint 1, okay? Sprint 1. Okay. What items are we working on in sprint 1? And I come in here and I click a table. Let me put a table in there. All right. Epic that we're working on. Due date. Any known issues. All you do is publish. Right. So there's something we call JQL. It's a Jira query language. With a bit of coding. It's not a big thing. It's, let me go back to, hold on a second, because if I say coding, a lot of people will jump ship. So let me stop sharing and let me go back to this board here, and I'll show you what I mean by coding. It's not coding Java or coding that. It's just understanding the hierarchy and making use of it better. I created a taxonomy here. Okay. So now that we have our project is ladder back down, yeah? Ladder back down bank, that's our initiative. And under that initiative, we have this epic, savings account, current account, loans, all right? Mortgages. And these are epic, yeah? This is initiative. Oh, my mouse is initiative, yeah? And under that, we have user story, all right? So, and under the user story, we can have subtask, and to user story, you can have different, fields, reporter, owner, assignee, right? Start date. Now, what JQL does is for you to provide the information. JQL is a language of Jira. Anyone who's done SQL before will understand that term. It's a query language. So to provide the feedback and important, MI to your managers, and it might say, I want all of the issue types that we've worked on our savings account. Now, we might appreciate that our board is very small, but imagine a project that they've been working on for, let's say, 8 years. I had a friend who worked on the high-speed rail HSC something project, and he was there for up to 8 years. So imagine you want to provide an insight for 8-year project. Your starting point will be project, all right? Your initiative equal to ladback, yeah? What filter you have applied, even if you have a lot of projects, you've only applied the filter to give you only this project. And within this project, comma, you want epic, all right, equal to savings account. What have you done? You've filtered to this project amongst other projects. You filter to savings account epic amongst other epic, all right? But within that epic, the user story that you're concerned about, issue type, you don't want bugs, you want only your user story. So user story, all right? So you filtered again all user story that is not on or is not assigned, to Femi. Okay, let's say assignee is equal to Femi. Yeah. So with JQL, what you're doing is you're applying filter to the information that is already contained within Jira. And that's what helps you to create information and create dashboard. And those dashboard are refreshable. So it's create once, all right, once, and use multiple times. So you can continually, once you create this filter, you can continually refresh it to see information on what Femi's work stream, Femi's velocity, and a lot of other things. I'm going to look into that today. We're stopping. I'm taking only 3 questions. 2:30 we're stopping. We're jumping into reporting because we've completed the sprint, and we're creating more information on our Confluence pages, and we are creating a dashboard from the information that we have added into sprint. So I'm going to stop now, and I'm going to take questions. So late on, but let's just finish this off. Okay. At first I thought 6 hours was going to be enough, but let me just try and do justice to the time that we have as best as possible. Okay. We've gone through Scrum, so let's quickly look at Kanban. All right. Did we create a Kanban board? Yeah. Okay. So once you create a Kanban board, are we recording? I'm not sure if we're recording. We are. Okay. Once we create a Kanban board, a Kanban board does not necessarily have a backlog. People are tweaking it these days. So this is your project, and this is your Kanban board. So Kanban board, from definition, is to visualize workflow. So rather than start from the product backlog and sprint planning and all of those ceremonies and artifacts in Scrum, Kanban is just a list of what needs to be done, and that's a task. Yeah. Look at this. In Kanban, the icon is task. All right, because it's not software development per se. Is for business project delivery. For some reason, I learned that Google use Kanban for their development. So, but Agile that's why it's called Agile. I mean, customizable. But the whole idea of Kanban is, okay, I need a task to be done. Task A, task B, whatever task. Task C. All right. So within this task, you still have that luxury of assigning it to someone. All right. We can still assign in Kanban, assign to me. So once we assign to Kanban, on Kanban, all we just do is visualize the process. So in Kanban, all of the things you need to do will be here. Task D, task E, as many tasks as you want done. So between your team is assign that and just visualize it. The main aim of Kanban is to minimize work in progress. Let's say you have 20 issues here to do. Let's say 20 issues here to do. You don't want to put all the issues here at the same time. What does that tell us? As not that's not efficient. You can't be doing too many things at the same time. So limiting work in progress, and the way Jira has been able to help with that is, I hope I get that here. You can limit the number of tasks that you have in a column. Just give me 1 second. A lot of things have changed here. Automation. No. Just 1 second. Where's my? No, I don't want that. I want this board. I'm looking for the opportunity to do that. Set column limit, yeah. So the whole essence of there are 2 things to Kanban: visualization and managing, work progress, then setting work in progress limit. So we can set that to, let's say 4, all right? And you can set that per user. Per user, you can set that per user. So at any point in time, if somebody wants to act another task to our board here, see, it's going to color. I mean, you can change the color to red. So it becomes visually, important for everyone to see, oh, we're taking more than we can deliver. I thought we had an agreement to do 4 things at a time based on our commitment level and that. So, and because we're able to visualize all we need to get done, and that's it here. So as we move it to done, we have availability for an additional task. You move it here. As long as you don't exceed your maximum work in progress limit, Kanban will flow from to do, and you can even add some workflow, escalation. All right. So escalation can be here. So let's say task B needs more urgent attention, move it to escalation. And to escalation, you can set a limit. At no point in time do you want to have any more than 2 issues in escalation, because that means you're packing the board. All right. If there are more than 2 issues in escalation, it needs your attention. So that's Kanban. And to everyone in the construction industry, Kanban helps you to visualize what needs to be done, what's in progress, and that will help your budgeting as best as you can. There are other attributes to the task. You can attach project plan, you can attach quotations to it. Let's say we got a quotation from someone, we attach the quotation here. We can create a child issue from this issue. The main issue is tax B, but a child issue is connect to government officials. All right. Get permit from local government authority. So this helps you to determine, to manage this task further. Although you've got a main task, but within that task, you've broken it down into sub. So as you're completing this child task, it's visually important for you to know that, okay, my task is 50% completed. Why? Because I've got 2 subtasks to it. And once I've done all of the subtasks, my task is deemed completed. So that should hopefully help the people pay licensing fees. All right. So once you have all of this, it's easy for you to determine when a task is done. Even though we are not working in Scrum, even though we are not doing a daily stand-up, but once anyone clicks on task 6, and okay, task 6 is here, who's working on that? How many subtasks do we have? Okay, have you gone to government officials yet? Yes, we have. Can you mark that as done? What about the licensing fees? That should have been done. Or I've done it, I've actually not I've forgotten to update that. So what you do is update that to done. So it becomes visually, visible to everyone. And to that, you can manage your project. So this Kanban in a nutshell, there's really nothing out of place in Kanban. Get your board, get the things to do, add your team members to your board, and if you want to create a project page, like we did, project page to Kanban, we don't have a code project page, connect Confluence, create a new space, Canday, as we've done, it creates a space. So your Confluence space and your Jira software project space, they're linked together, all right? So if we go back to what we've done before, ladder back down bank, if you click on pages here, you're able to see the pages. See our pages. These are the pages that we have created. Solution design, sprint one roadmaps, and team members. So now I want to quickly show you something more that might help you. As much as you want to create all your information on Confluence page, you can actually create your information on what you're working on, sprint one, all right? And under that sprint one, let's type this. Now, there's a shortcut here. Look at this. Issues from Jira, right? So we want issues in progress. We want issue statistics. Anything you want about issues that you created. So because we've linked that to Jira, all right? If we click save, or let me click save here, and let me click save here. Let me see what information I'm going to get. Okay, I don't have any information here. I think I've done something wrong. Let me edit that. Hold on. There should be something I need to do right here. Assignee. Result preview. Okay, there's something I'm not doing right here. Okay, I'll take that away. I'll share that. Let me put that down. You can populate your sprint details. Hold on. Let me try one more time. We're limited for time, but I'm not for one to give up. Let me see that. Okay, I'll take that away. I'll provide information. Let me change this to meetings, in meetings. And that you can, so table, all right. Here you can have action, I think action plan, action item, okay. Action item here. So your takeaway from your meeting becomes your action item. Source for updates as action item is responsible for that. Henry is always responsible for everything. Henry here. So as a Scrum Master, you just would put all the items here, the meeting date, the resolution, the takeaway action items, due by, you put date here, and the date in the calendar on the 15th. So that gives you information of you're in control. Once it's done, you check it, it's done. The person tag gets, notification on that, you publish it. So all of the meetings you're doing, you can populate them here. You can list your action items, you can checklist them. So for time, let's go into what might interest you the more, reporting. So to get reporting done, we need to create filters, all right? For our ladder back down project, I've populated more more story points. So just for us to be, in progress. Let's move that to done. Okay. So I've populated that more so that we have an idea of what's going on. So let me tag this as current account. So that's current account. So let's create our filters. Now in Jira, I've seen Jira project board, they've got thousands of items. All right. And before we get into reporting, there's a level to our Agile planning method, which is called releases, right? And the releases are tied to our versions. We're working on a banking application, but we want to create visibility on when it's going to be released to the customer. So savings account version 1, all right? Version 1. When did we say we're going to release that? End of June, I think was the date set for that. No, the start date was today. The release date was end of June, if I'm correct. Okay. Version 1, and you save that. Now, all of the issues that we need to release for version 1, right? And what do we then do? We don't have any issues here. So we click our savings account. We don't want to release it yet. But what we want to do is have an idea of what our releases will be like. Let me go to my roadmaps. It's the end of June. Let me go to my releases and just give me 1 second. So we've created a version, and we're supposed to add our items. Start adding some related work. So add some related work to that. So the work we want to add to that just give me a second now. To do assigning all. Just give me a second to create that one more time. I'm missing out on something. Backlog. This of the version editable here. Okay. So let me tell you what happened. Everything is a toggle button now. It wasn't like that before. Once you open your backlog item here, automatically it should give you your product backlog. But what they've done is, if you don't open up or toggle the epic panel, you won't have a view of what the epics are on the version as well. So remember that if you're, so but once you're able to, there's a switch button. It wasn't like that before. If you created your backlog, you'll have your versions and your epic on the side here, vertical. But they've changed all of that. So for our version 1, which is our savings account, you move this into here. You move this into here. Savings account. hope I didn't put what I didn't have to put. Okay. So if we go to our versions releases now, you should see a list of items that are related to the version 1. So if you click what needs to be released. In every project, there's another thing that is responsible for the release management. So as soon as you're working as a developer or a Scrum team on your backlog, it's important for you to tag the releases as well. So, and the release is such that if the release manager comes into Jira, is able to validate the number of items and the date of release 30. So if the date of release is approaching, you're able to see how many items are yet to be completed and the release date. So it's a case of you chasing the guys. Guys, we still got a couple of items for this release. We still need to test it. So plus the release manager, plus the developer, plus the everyone at the top level, they come in here, they look at the release window, and they're able to say, for version 1, we have not met our target. We still got a number of items, that we need to do. We've got a number of things. If you know the name of the items, you can add them directly here. Add them here, see? So this is one shop that helps you with your release management, even your code. I'm not going to go into that, but at least for the agile planning onions, you've got your vision, which is a banking product. You've got your roadmaps, checklist, meets agile planning onions. We've got your release. This is our release checklist, and we've got what's below release. Who's going to help me out with that? We've got our iteration, which is our sprint checklist. Where's our sprint? Yeah, this is our sprint. And we've got our daily bit, which is this. So let's create a filter. At least you understand the releases, and we've covered everything around agile planning onions and how best Jira can help you achieve that. So let's create our filter, view all filters. All right. These are filters from, so let's create a filter. Now, filter helps you to provide reporting on whatever you're working on. All right. So the default is all of the work you're doing, all of your issue types here. It puts all of the issue types. Remember, we have 4 issue types. We have the task, we have the epic, we have the user story, we have the bug. So all of them will be here. Now, for you to make sense of, what the user story is going to be, there's a basic page for people who don't want to bother about JQL. Remember that taxonomy. So our project is called what? Ladder back down bank. What has this done is filtered out any other project that is not ladder back down. How do you know that? The project keys will start with LAD, right? What sort of projects are we looking for? What type are we looking for? Issue types. We are looking for epic issue types, all right? So it removes all of the issue types related to user story and all that. Assignee, it shouldn't really give us anything because issue types are your work stream. Nobody's assigned to that. If we click more, created date, sprint, all right? And it gives you a drop down. We want sprint 1. What's the name of our project? LAD sprint 1. Okay. And if we remove this to be user story, right? Because user stories are linked to sprint. So it gives you all of the information about what we have in sprint 1. If you want to limit that to this assignee, right? So in sprint 1, this is what Henry is working on. If we switch that, if we add additional person to that, it increases it. See? This is all we are working on. So with this, Ola is taking more than Henry. So the question is this information. Has Henry been on leave? You know, that's the basic, page. But if you want to switch to your JQL, so the JQL for that is assignee, 2 assignees, project and issue type story and sprint 21, But let's create a report on the workload for Ola project. All right. Once you type project, there's a drop-down list. Click it. Equal to. You put a space, and it gives you possible operator. Equal to. It gives you, once you put a space, it gives you all of the available information. And what it works on is and or. All right. Order by. And epic link. All right. It gives you in, if you put a dot. So what's that epic link? Savings account. Remember that sometimes we have a lot of projects. So this savings account is for DCB, and that's not ours. The key to ours is LAD. So let me see if it's going to bring up LAD. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong here. But if I put savings account, it should give us our own savings account. If not, then I'm doing something wrong. So let me go back to my query. Where is my, okay. My information isn't coming up. Let me do the basic one. Let me see what I'm getting. Something isn't right. Okay. Now, issue type in epic and story. So you can switch back and forth. You can get all the information you need. So let me switch back to basic or switch to JQL. This is my JQL for my story. And what I've done is I've done projects in this equal to this and issue type in epic. So let me type that out again. Project equal to L and it should give me epic link in or equal to. If it doesn't give me this, okay, there's something I'm not doing right. Let me change that to Epic name in I'm definitely not doing anything right, something right here. Give me 1 second. Let me quickly JQL for Google is your friend. Epic link. Okay. By Epic link. So Epic link equal to let me try that again. Project. I need to get my Epic link out. And it's coming up with other projects and not my project. I don't know what is going on. So I think people who don't like JQL, your prayers are answered. So let me go back to the basic one, and I'll still do the same thing anyway, so that I don't waste our time. So we'll get the JQL from the basic search. Our project is this. What we're looking for is Epic. So these are all of the epics that we're looking for, and status is to do. So it gives us all of this epic. So we can save this as ladder back down epics. All right. So this is going to be saved here in our filter button. Let's try out other stories. Okay, let's not take epic here. Let's look for a more meaningful insight. Let's use a story that is assigned to me. All right, and let's do a search. So I only have one story, and that story is done. And the key to that story is LAD 8. I can save that filter, and I can save this as Femi's workload. Right? Save that as Femi's workload. Right? So if I look at this filter all of the time, this filter all of the time will give you information about, it's going to populate itself. You can share this with anyone for informational purpose. You can export this into Excel. Generally, is a permission to open the tab. Let me open the tab here. Always. Okay, you can link that to Excel to share with anyone within your organization. So it's that easy because it'll have been linked together. Let me click another filter here. Let me create another filter. Create filter. And within this created filter, I'm going to go to our project here. And I'm going to look at what everybody's working on. Yeah. workload by everyone. Bugs, stories, task by everyone. I can do more by sprint. All right. I want sprint 1. This is a sprint. So this gives me an idea of my sprint 1 workload. Sprint 1 workload. All right. Sprint 1 workload. So once I've saved that here, it becomes reusable by anyone. And that's what we are going to take onto a dashboard. I'm aware of time. So let's view all dashboard. And let's create a dashboard for a dashboard will be ladder back down. Yeah. Okay. Now, if you make this dashboard private to you, only to you, nobody will see it. If you create the dashboard within the project, everyone in the project will see it, right? Everyone within this project will see it. Ladder back down project. Yep. This project will say, your Jira instance will have been created for everyone. You don't want only the administrator, we want everyone in a role. So the people that can view it. If you want to create it for a group, you can create a group. If you have created a group, site admin group, but for this purpose, we're only going to create it for, anyone who is working on this project, all roles. So we add them. So the viewers are all roles within ladder back down. Then who can edit it? You don't want to be the only one editing it. So there are no users here, but let's just give that to ladder back down as well. This wasn't created, but I hope you understand what I'm trying to achieve here. So the people that can view and the people that can edit, you save that. So this is a dashboard. There are widgets, no, there are gadgets here that can help you provide insight. And one of the common ones or the most important ones that I like to use is the pie chart. Add the pie chart. So that's your pie chart. If I put my filter, what's the name of our filter that we've done? Our filter is sprint 1 workload. Sprint 1 workload. That's our filter, all right? By assignee or by status, whichever one. Let's create status, then we'll come to assignee later. Now, this gives me information of what's in progress and what is done, for sprint 1. I could add this workload pie chart. No, let me cancel. Yeah, so that sits next to it. And I want my project, Ladback, all right? And I want to create assignee. Let me click save and let's see what it says. No data, you can edit that. Configure is what you do. And status type. Sprint. Time spent, we don't want that. Let's save all of that. Let's see what we get. Let me just give me 1 sec. Advanced search on that. Femi's workload. You can, if you have created a filter, you can pick. If you have not created a filter, all you do is we've created the project, and let's see the type that we can have. Status. Where's our status type? That should give us an idea of something. We don't have enough information on this one. because it's supposed to create a workload, and we're supposed to be able to see by assignee what we're working on. Hold on, I should be able to do something. Issue type. We don't have enough data to do that. Just 1 second. Okay, let me see if this comes up something. That's a shame. Okay. Let me create other bits here. You can see what the average number of times in status here. You can see the bubble chart. This is something very popular, bubble charts. I don't know if that will relate to you. If you read what it does, identify and significant issues by displaying data in 4 dimensions. So participants 1 week. Hope I get enough data for this as well. So if you want to view the activities and what your teams are looking at, this shows us that there are 15 items that are currently being worked on. There are 3 items that are inactive. So this gives us an idea if your teammates, if they are doing, they're actively looking at their tickets and they're actively progressing with work. Let me see which one might make sense. Again, issue statistics. I'm beginning to rush this now. Don't like it. Hold on. I'll go down to my original report, which everybody understands. The burn down. You don't need a dashboard to create a burn down. Within your project, you have reports that will do that for you. But this is a burn down report. We have 15 story points here in total. And we're supposed to deliver this, all of our items, May 27th. This information is supposed to span 10 days. But this is the expectations from Jira. Jira does not calculate weekend as work days because it will have been configured in the application. And that's why we're seeing these 2 lines. The next work day is the May 15th. So nothing is expected to happen here at the weekend. So by Monday, at a reasonable linear pace, we're supposed to burn down our commitment in a linear way like that. By May, what's the next weekend? By the 20th and 21, the work is supposed to stop. There's no burn down expected. And from the 22nd down to the last day of sprint, this is the expectations according to Scrum. Unfortunately, we didn't do this during the week, but you will see some magical burn down display, because oftentimes people forget to move their items to done. So as you complete your task, you are burning down all of that, and you're expected at the end of the 10th day to finish off your project. Yeah. Now, like I said, within your project window, you've got these reports here. Burn up reports, burn down reports. Now, we don't have a burn up report because, like I said, it's a weekend, but this gives you an understanding. Let's go back to another report, sprint burn down chart. It's the same as the other one. This is how your project is expected to burn down. At every line on this axis, look at this. How many issues were added. It gives you a report as well. Scope change log. I added too many issues that were not, part of the sprint just because I wanted to populate, the sprint backlog. We have 3 incomplete issues. We have all these incompleted issues. Cumulative flow diagrams. At the start, we had this amount of to do. We're able to do this bit, and we only have a minimal in progress, and we have done quite a lot of it. What else will be important for you? But let me go back to dashboard. I need to crack this in 2 minutes. Now, your gadgets are where you display all of the information to your managers. Now, this is a create once and use multiple times, environment. If I'm supposed to click edit this, there are about 31 gadgets that you can add. And of all those gadgets, you can add list recent activity in a single project or in all projects. If I add that to it, it's called activity stream. What you want to do is add, it's still loading. I'm not sure what's going on. You add your project to it, it displays the information. As many insights that you want to provide to, to your project team, to your project sponsors, you do that via your dashboard. You can show the issues and results for a safe filter. Let me look for a safe filter. What filter do we have here? Henry's workload, number of results. Let me save that. Let me see what we have. So this is, okay, these are the activity streams that we've done. Henry workload, issue navigator. Let me go into that. It's looking into another board. Let me cancel this. And let me take project equal to ladder back down project and assignee equal to Henry. Okay, such that that's Henry's workload. If we save that, if we go back to our dashboard, there's our dashboard. Yeah, it's giving us Henry's workload. If Henry had more workload on the project, let's give Henry a lot of more tasks to do here now. Let's assign some tasks to Henry. I don't have enough projects here. So let me change this from Ola to Henry. Let me assign that to Henry. Henry. And we save that. If you go back to our dashboard, and if you refresh this, or should I have saved as Henry? Just 1 second. Did I save as Henry? Yeah, Henry. It should populate, it should come into that. So if I go to my dashboard, yeah, the changes has been cascaded here. So Henry has 2. So you can create workload for each of your developers. You can create workload for, just to have an idea of how much effort, how much hours that they are putting into it. It's endless, but what you want to do is Google is your friend, all right? But the simplest way to make that happen, you create a dashboard, all right? You create a dashboard. You give your dashboard a name. You give permissions to who can edit and who can view your dashboard. Then you have an empty dashboard. From the dashboard, there are a number of created gadgets that Jira has provided. You don't need dashboard for sprint burn down or burn up. I don't use it for that. But with the power of your filter, you can represent, number of days issues have been unresolved, average days. That gives you an insight onto how many issues that you're taking time on. Let me see if that's work, because we don't have enough data to do that. If you want on a daily issue, let's this previously to, let's see if that will work. Okay, and the last 2 days we don't have any issue that is unresolved, because really we don't have issues that is unresolved. So most of the time, make use of this, play around with it. You're not going to break anything, but your gadgets and your dashboard becomes a tool of relevance. If, see, there's zero. Yep, there's nothing here to report. Your dashboard and your filter becomes a tool for you to add value to your organization. I'm aware of time is 4 o'clock. I'm knackered and I need to stop. If you have any information, add yourself to the group, create your question. If I can, attend to a group of 3, 4, 5 people, I will. If you need further training, reach out to IBK. I'm sure she'll be able to arrange something for you. So guys, I have to stop here. Any question? I know there's a lot of questions, but I am tired. Stop sharing. I want to take questions, please.